Hey, good evening. Hey, good evening. Hey, good evening. That's weird. All my speakers aren't on. And I make my everyday mistake of listening to myself on YouTube. That's because I was muted today. So you guys still would have heard it. Anyway. Um, how can I do this? Just, I want to triple check what you guys are seeing as much as I can. Because I'm rescaling 4K now. It's probably big. That is actually really good. Essentially better than it was. Uh, Curiosity to me. Yeah. Open my paint program and play with that a second. Hmm. I should share the screen for you. I didn't mean to take more in a second, but of course I can't help myself. Left monitor. Bam. What? Why? Why what? It doesn't know my left monitor's on the left or what? Go off the game. There's nothing there. My right monitor's still normal? Yeah. Alright. Left monitor doesn't exist anymore. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. I can't, maybe. Oh, let me resize this. Yeah, it's just not working. First shortcut for this, transform, fit the screen, Control F. Huh. Let me try to search for that real quick. Try adjusting the window size. Add source. Play capture. Okay. I had to delete and recreate the source. It's remarkably similar. It is. It's the same as what it is. It's not remarkably similar. Jeez. uh, do. Let me resize this canvas. I want to put that on the other side. That's that canvas, right? That's not. That's not doing it. I didn't. I just want to trim the right hand side of that. Maybe that not that much though. So apparently, never mind. Fascinating. Uh, all right. Old versus dream. So one on the left has a lot of shadows. Just a curiosity. But the main thing is with the print of these, it's getting an extra pixel for sure. And the plus sign is highlighting the vertical cross, which was very much needed. Even though this is twice as wide at half the saturation, it was really indistinct from the minus side because the minus bar was so much brighter. Hmm. Curious. Curious. Mm-hmm. Okay, we are Castile. Number one, I've learned that the market system is broken. As in, I don't know the best place to show this yet or anything. I didn't memorize the specifics yet. Uh, if I look at one of these, imports, sort by profit of operation. Yeah. Always gotta be growing food, and so let's like look at the wheat. If not fruit. Fruit might not be good because nobody's going to have excess fruit yet. Oh, it's sorted by name. Yeah, it's sorted by name. Is the wheat called wheat? Is that wheat? That's tobacco? That wheat. Sorting by demand might have got us there. This doesn't do it either, actually. Well, that's I knew that. I was looking for wheat so we can go into here. So that. Try to sort by profit. Alright, there's none. Because of course if we import wheat, what do you mean profit? There's not going to be any profit. Hey Diz, how you doing today? Get your shout out. It's been a minute. Whoops. Whoops. Are we better? Getting ready for bed? I got a new 4K monitor. Which I needed for this game. This has a lot of tiny numbers in it. Of course, I'm still only streaming at 1080p. But from what I could tell, it even looks better on the stream now. Just because with these numbers up at the top, they're in a 9. They're like made out of 9 pixels. They're only 9 pixels high. But just the fact that it's able to resample like 18 pixels now, it ends up looking. So it does look crisper, even even downscaling to 1080p. Deer hunting in the morning. Well, good luck to you. Weather. Weather's. We had our first snow a couple days ago. Now I know the storm. What I saw from the storm was Chicago and eastward, but I'm sure you must have gotten some of it too. Oh, all the snow hasn't melted in the woods yet. Might be real good for hunting. Balance of wheat. Price is good. That's the profit. But we need to find some that can have a profit. I don't know. We should be looking at exports. But wheat's not going to have any profit usually because there's actually an abundance of countries that are selling it. Look. And if we export wheat, there's no profit. What was I going to say about fruit? Fruit we can't export because we don't have a surplus. Figure. Oh, yeah, we're not even allowed to try because of no surplus, right? Pick anything then, some furs. Well, and this is probably not going to, because we have no surplus, we can't set up a new trade probably. What is that? This is silk. Yeah, it's not going to find anything, but yeah. Because our trade capacity is 0, we can't add a new trade, I betcha. But anyway, once the game's rolling, this will come up with like recommended trades and everything sorted by the projected profit. And that's what the game uses when it's automated. And there's a factor in it that lies. The game will think unprofitable trades are profitable and therefore may bankrupt you when it's automated. Um, and may cause you to bankrupt yourself when it's not automated. Anyway, gotta get back to playing here. See, we just beat up Morocco. We gotta do some integrating of provinces, which we are. Wonder what I expected. This is what I expected, except we can't see the ones we're currently doing. 75% is how integrated it already is. And the population. Oh, yeah, it's because we own most of the what do we say, locations in Cadiz. We probably already own 2/3 of it. Population 100K, 31K, almost 32. Pipe, let's go. How do you get to province population? I don't know. There you go. 90,000. Okay. $100,000. All right, we'll keep those. A little bit funny. You can't tell. This is not a province view. This is a province view. We zoom out a little bit. Oh. Oh, I see. I was going to say how Cadiz, Granada, Almere are about the same. Are about the same population, whereas Malaga much smaller. But truth is, Portugal owns half of both of these two. Oh, and some of that one also. So whatever. It is whatever it is. Hey, Mazda fan. How are you doing? I haven't been racing recently. But we got a new 4K monitor. Makes playing this game easier. I can actually read the numbers. Do. Black Death exists in the world. Take a look at that. It's still brand new. Nobody died yet. Over here in the Golden Horde. Northwest of the Caspian Sea. We did have a disease in here somewhere. I think it faded out before. I didn't notice it having any effect. Those aren't any of my towns. Yeah, it is. Of course, I don't got a PlayStation, so I miss all the action. Super GT did a video of the new game. Begins with an R. I don't remember what it is. Now he is playing that on PC too, I believe. I think I'm going to check what that was. It was the one I hadn't heard about. Somebody asked me about it once, and didn't get into any details. His game is apparently I watched too much stuff today. I can't find it. Run Sport. What are the details of that game? Initial release July 10th of last year. It's on PlayStation and Xbox and Windows. Okay. Raise the war chest. It's currently in progress. Only think about this. Oh, some kind of mission? Monthly events about the war chest may occur while this mission is active. Okay, I didn't know it was active. It says left click to start task. But it is started, I guess. Possible rivals, yeah. Diplomatic actions. We got max diplomats, yes we do. We're over max. We'll get back to that. Rising inflation, is that right? It is. My bad. We were just experimenting. What is our inflation? 0.004% changes by -0. Can we make that a positive change? Yes, we can. We have truces that are expiring soon. Actually, we got so much money, we should burn it immediately. Ages under error, unprofitable buildings, rebel movements. Oh, we got a new kind of patriots. Moroccans, I see. Pops with needs. Yeah. Buildings missing inputs. Books, fine cloth, and jewelry. Provinces are being integrated. Morocco's not happy with us. I didn't mean to close that. Can I have it back? 100 Years War. Okay. Yeah, I want that back. Where's our details in Morocco? Can I get this back? Diplo details. I think I saw 40. Antagonism. Oh, it's 60? Okay. Due to the following factors. Oh, that window has a scroll bar. That is horribly awkward. Make the window bigger. Aw, oh, dang it. Lost it again. Took locations in peace treaty is 40. Going down by 2 per year. Read a description of antagonism, except we don't really want to. We want details. And this is not telling us how to get rid of antagonism. Okay. There might be help on it. Indeed. But that was the exact same description that doesn't give us any details. We can try to sell them send them an envoy. But I'd imagine there's not one that says decreasing antagonism, but there could be. No reason not actually. I would also think it would be right beside a part of improving opinion. I mean, but Hitler did that with Chamberlain. To say, no, you don't got to worry about us expanding. And right, hostile actions, of course, not what I'm looking for. Am I? Oh, I am. Just zoomed out too far. We are working on a spy network there. I also heard stealing maps is one of the most offensive things we could ever do to a country. We just looked at our stuff. We had like 40 from conquering them and taking 4 provinces from them. No, we had 60. Anyway, somebody had shared a screenshot where similar for conquest. He had 40 or 60 or whatever for conquest. But there's an 80 penalty for stealing maps, and the opinion would take twice as long point wise to go away. Like our conquering penalty is disappearing at like 2.2 maybe, but the maps were only disappearing at one point per month. It would actually take 4 times as long to go away. Uh, it's just when we look at opinion, it's to improve their opinion by 100% over time. I'm saying all this probably already adds up. It definitely does. This is like negative 350. Not to mention all these too. It's over negative 500. That plus 100 a diplomat gives us won't even show up, and I wish the game would tell us that. It says it improves by plus 100 over time. But with this negative 200 plus 100 is negative 200 because this negative 200 is actually negative 500. Anyway. Sus is a subject in Morocco. Can I make friends with Navarra? Or did I already upset him because we rivaled him? Well, they actually don't hate us. And though there are negative 160 reasons. Oh, we get a plus 98 for aiding them priorly? I don't remember that. But it's curious. Send a Diplo over there. I wonder about if we can get a spy network too, or if that's just going to make him mad. Game-wise, England's here. And we would want to aid England against France. Actually. Rumors, France OP. With some counter arguments. We'll ally with England. Okay, that's that for now. What else was I doing in the game? I don't remember anything. It doesn't matter too much because we're still just learning. Our mission is to do a raise war chest. So this task will be complete July 16th of next year. In 11 months. Let's go. Oh, I must not have my macros on. X mouse. Button control. They're not macros, just button overrides. Got a pause button on mouse 4. Go. Oh, I killed all my troops. Get some manpower back. That's absolutely one of the things I was looking at. In our home province of Valladolid. Would like to improve a sergeantry. But don't know how. Don't know if you can at all. Most likely we have to research other techs that increase our manpower limit, but Do 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 do. I don't think we're going to find what we're looking for, but really would be remiss not to check these out closer. Sergeant trees are one per country. And this does go on and tell us the next bit of information. The next manpower building you'll be able to build is, first of all, the sergeantry is one per country. Next will be the armory, which you need a professional armies institute for. Trade with a market that has it, if not. That's actually something you want to do, is trade with the market that has. Professional armies, which is Mulhouse. And Mulhouse is in the market of note, it doesn't matter what province, because markets can span a province. I bet. Almost certainly. Almost certainly. Huh. Gotta scroll down to see this. Just speaking of that, if you look at the state of, well, those are states. What I was talking about. Both Austria and Tyrol. As I hover over, you can see that the countries, of course, go over multiple markets. I think we could open up that map mode and perhaps see. Yes, I see one. Eastern Styria. Like this bottom location is not included in the province. It's not the same market as the rest of the province. Yeah. Same with Bern and Basel. Basel. Yeah. So we'd like to trade with it. Of course, we don't have any trade capacity. Maybe I'll try to free up some trade capacity, although been farting around with this for a while. That's not what I'm looking for. Economy trading. Provinces want even more autonomy. One of our provincial governors has figured out that, under our current decentralized policies, he could go into business for himself. The fact that the army he has managed to raise is too small, way too small to support such a claim, does not seem to worry him too much. Oh, losing all their control, we can't do that. We lose 7 stability. And the thing is, this is just control. It doesn't even progress the bar towards decentralization or anything like that. Or dumping our money into stability as already as much as possible. Food trade, local trade. Of course, we're not going to have anything in own trades, but that's what we want to set up. We could sort by market. Ours is Burgos, right? So nothing, right? Nothing. So in here, strike me like there's not an option. It also has no trade capacity. Oh, we don't have any capacity in their market. Of course we don't. And again, wasn't there something about that? Uh, this part of it might be neither here nor there, but we can we can start being friendly with him for no reason other than trying to set up trade. Yeah, what we were thinking about the trade office. And the thing is, the person who mentioned the trade office is responding to one answerer who didn't know. He did know. He didn't know the actual name of it, though. Uh, let's see if we can figure out anything about building a trade office. Burgos is our trade zone, trade capital. I presume that should tell us someplace, though, right? Burgos Market. How would I know that Burgos is the capital of the trade zone? If that's what? That it is the trade capital. Well, let me run the ads now on Twitch as I think about this. Well, left click on Burgos Market opens the market. The market window. Market owner. Oh, banned exports. Silver and gold. Okay. It's small things, but we should be able to figure this out. Hmm. All right. If we look at our capital, we look at Burgos. It is the province capital. But that it's a market. It doesn't say. Go to the trade map mode. Surprised I can't recognize the icon for it. Is not one of the defaults. Oh, the market stall. Well, that makes it sort of clear. Maybe we can be friends with him too. Hop in here. Try to find anything. Nuremberg. That's not it. Nuremberg. Well, this is under trading. This is where all the profit numbers are wrong. And we don't see anything for import from Nuremberg. Nor do we have an opportunity for export to Nuremberg. Anyway, whether for profit or not, we want to import some jewelry. We have a surplus of jewelry in Sevilla. We might just trade that from Sevilla, I guess. What's this? I guess I want to go back to my market. How many actual goods do we get? Yeah. Now it's also fine cloth, but we're actually working on making it. Uh, Take a look at those goods. Fine cloth must be under F, but I don't. Usually stands out as purple. Way down there. Must not be sorted by the right name. Not. And how about another market? He's in the same place. That's nice. Okay, find close buildings in Burgos. Over and over doesn't do anything. Look at. We can build 6. How many are there though? We can build 6. Why is it only highlighting 3 locations? I guess a couple of those might be duplicate. No? Nope, nope, nope. They're all single locations. We do got some monies. Let's do this. Oh, the 6 is the 2 and the 2 and the 2. And this is coming from old places. We could also build that in a old place. Although it might have more employees in the city, something like that. Let's try to build one of these in one of these other locations. Don't know that's going to tell me what I want to know. Which is, what good do they already have? Wheat. Lumber. Salt. Livestock. Fish. Stone. Leon is wheat. Zamora. Horses. Salamanca. Sweet. I think I already checked this. Ciudad Rodrigo. Sweet. Medina del Campo. Root. Alright, Which one of these has cities? Yeah, you can't even tell. I changed to map mode while we're looking at this. Oh, it's only prompting me to build them in cities. I see. We'll go ahead and put one in Santiago. Regional distance, pretty much. Something over in this area. That was the best way for me to switch back to that map mode too. And the one had fruit, one had stone. I can't remember what any of these were. Salt. Do 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 do. Oh, maybe I wasn't supposed to. Maybe I wasn't supposed to spend any money until we were done with this raising a war chest. Reading some tips about manually doing trade. All right, commemorate our victory. With the spoil already. What? With the spoils reward secured, we have the opportunity to commemorate our victory over the Moroccan armies with a splendid monastery in the area of Valladolid. Good news. We lose 102. Let's see. Trade. Switching between the trading and the market. Select the good. So this is like a good market. Like, how do you get to this? What do you call this window? The good name, and then the tab below it is market. So good market. Hover over the amount of goods left in the displayed markets. Well, this does show create a surplus. Part of what we're doing is seeing if that's incorrect. What? Import gold to Burgos Market from So it says in one of these pop-ups, the actual number you can import is the same amount that the burgers are shown as exporting from the market. If any of these say burgers exporting. Just so unlikely, because it's early yet and gold's needed everywhere. Burgers exporting. There you go, in Delhi. So does it say that someplace else? Yeah, we'll note that gold does not make the greatest surplus list. And we're able to get this information by hovering over the 4.66 in the base window, but has the same icon as this, but hovering over the 4.61 does not show us anything. Another month go by, see if our trade capacity, manual trade capacity increases. The veneration of relics. Excuse me, hitting the microphone. From the highest noble to the lowest peasant, people believe that the veneration of relics allows the supplicant to reduce their time in purgatory. However, a treatise opposing this practice has been found in Caceres, nailed to the door of one of our churches, which has a very substantial relic collection. Is there any truth to this treatise's complaints, or are they merely the words of naysayers and heretics seeking to harm the unity of the Catholic Church? Our one true path to salvation. But we just bought a vial of the milk of the Virgin Mary. Forgiveness can only come from God. Well, at least 200. Well, we're not spending 200. It came back. Last time we saw this, there were 2 in the list, but now there's only Morocco. Yeah, minus 2.2 per year, at least. Really, really not letting me get some usage. Still, yeah. Annual trade capacity 0. No matter. Keep lowering this. Oh, you did not want to remove that. I meant to decrease it. Put it back. What? That's awkward as heck. Don't. Import gold from which one? Giving us what we need, actually. Or why was one down at the bottom of the list? Paris gold. That'd be really expensive at 15, but they do have some. It's because it's expensive. Well, Paris was probably importing it, wouldn't you think? Paris have a gold mine? What happened? Oh, did it already click it for me then? Yeah, oops. Yeah, Paris is just importing it from everywhere. Mm-hmm. Do. Set up a new one. And we could import from Lubeck. And there is no tooltip this time. That's implying they actually don't have a surplus of gold. But the burgers aren't exporting it. Do, 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 do. Just noticing we don't actually have that minting inefficiency modifier, seems to say. Did I notice that now? We can move on. We didn't get anywhere, but my manual trade capacity is still down to 0, even though we stopped the well, we had to go down really far to get this to a positive number. Alright. Population needs, building needs, government needs. Trade income 11. Can't click on that to get like a fancy chart. July is when we're last expecting to finish this mission. July 17th is what it still says. Influenza in Sevilla. No good. Curses, indeed. We haven't made the list yet. There's a gooey bug. How much does it cost to build a hospital? $159. Noting we can't build any in the southern part of our country. Curious. Why is that interface broken? Why doesn't it tell us we have any in Sevilla? It's talking about who has available peasants too. Missing some monastery workers. That'll fix itself. Resolution to vote on. PC Pro Divini Ilias. Ilius Key Pro Divini. The soldiers of Christ must once again spill their blood upon the shores of the Holy Land. The spirit of the Crusades must be revived, or the gods will it. Catholicism. Alright, so that's an icon for an international organization vote. We shall vote. Oh, what's going on in Aragon? Aragonese Union rebels. Hmm. We don't. Oh, we are losing diplomats. I did not know. Last I knew we had over 2. We were down to 0.3. Well, okay, we managed to achieve a war chest. We might not want to spend all our money on whatever we are. We're making friends in Navarra and England. And 2 in Germany. Quite a few. And Cremona. Yeah. Um, these were just practical. We might ally with England. Navarro's sort of just for kicks. We'd like to peacefully subjugate them. What that is. Over here, these 3 are because of institutions. I forget what they were. This one is what we need for military. Yeah. Professional armies in Mulhouse, banking in Venice, and Renaissance from Camorra. Why I'm improving opinions with them. Similarly, over here, because the trade zone that he's in, again, I'm not sure how we prove it, other than switching to the market map mode. Seeing that it's in Nuremberg. Anyway, that's why we're using them. But let's stop that for a bit, because it's actually costing us way too much money. Maintain that many diplomat. We're doing 6 pluses and 1 minus, which means a spy network. So spy network, just one of them cost 0.1. All 6 of our opinion improvements costing 0.3. And going from 0 to 0.1, costing us 17.8 gold. That's about 8 gold per plus 0.1. There it tells us. 6 friendlies, 1 hostile. We can look up the details of the trade office. Almost certainly that's going to be under whatever Venice is doing, but you could probably check. So much for that. If we go to all pages, okay, make sure you're on all pages before you search. Yeah, and no, like if you click off and then come back, it doesn't change it. Whereas if I was in buildings, well, it doesn't work like that. You have to retype what you had, although you saw, alright, we only had to click a letter. Might just be able to like add a space or something. Yeah. Requires the owner to have at least 100 opinion of you. Trade office can only be built in a city or a town. But more details, like I don't think we have it unlocked or anything. It doesn't mention tech required to unlock it. Like if we were to look for the armory. Funny how I defaulted to spelling it quote unquote incorrectly. Even though they're using the American spelling. Ads already. Time for more ads on Twitch. We need to have researched the army advanced to be able to build an army. Okay. So am I able to build a trade office? But how? I don't know how to build in other people's property. Hmm. All right. Trade and commerce are the lifeblood of any prosperous city. The trade offices ensure that our merchants gain more opportunities to establish profitable relations with foreign traders. Populations. Tax base. 3 in Porto, 3 in Lisbon. How much does this cost us? Regular cost. And build one at least. Or did I cancel any of my diplomats? I didn't actually. He's getting distracted. This is not what I'm looking for. Diplomacy relations, that's about right. Actions. Okay, for whatever reason, we couldn't build there yet. Probably because relations weren't at 100. I see. Let's keep increasing that. We'll stop with Venice. And Milan. We lose 7 stability because the black dust spreads. But did it spread to us? No. Not yet. It's in Greece. The Ricahombria demand increased pensions. King Alfonso XI, the Avenger de Borgognone, has to employ many methods to keep the unruly Ricahombria in line. One of the most common is cold hard cash. We already granted them a pension in exchange for relinquishing certain rights. However, their leaders now claim that we are not paying them enough and are demanding their pensions rise if they are to continue to support the king. Now, it's only going to be temporary, A. Their tax right now is 13. So they want 12 months. Oh, and yeah, we'll accept because it's actually so it's more like 14, 15 months. But we're going to be able to raise the taxes, bring it back down to a year or less. I don't know how long it takes to return to center. It's going to be a 10 penalty. So like, how much would it cost me to increase this to 60 right now? $12.5. think it was more like 7.5. Oh, 5. 5 times how many months it takes to recover, but I don't know how long that is. Let's find out, actually. Let's refuse. Monthly change is +2. Monthly change is +2. Alright, I need to take a break. We'll be right back. Couple minutes. Probably start a new pot of coffee, actually. Make it more like maybe 4 minutes or so. Alright, I'm back. Put on some socks. Bum 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 bum. Bum da bum. Where are we at? Oh yeah. Noble estate. Dissatisfied. Now how much I pay for them, it improves at the same rate. I thought the idea was when we tax them more, it's supposed to be less happy, right? Current satisfaction, but it doesn't reflect it in the other window. Or that's base, or that's something else. 64? 64, yeah. You don't need it that high. But it still shows red. Current 42. That mean moving towards 50. Oh, okay. And the amount that it was moving stayed 0.2. So whatever. I don't see any reason not to improve it. But okay, I understand now. Just looking at this, I actually thought this is what the current satisfaction was supposed to be. Alright, we learned a little bit. That's only what it's moving towards. Unhappy estate, yeah. And 0.2 per month, 1.2 per year. So it's like they're going to be unhappy for over 5 years. Recurrent warfare advanced. War with no cost is belly. Not something we're still looking to do, even if it is cheaper. I bet you we have other stuff already queued up. Maybe not. Strange. Strange, I want to have something queued up. I distinctly said I didn't really care about this no cost is belly one. I assumed we researched it because it was en route to something else that we did care about. Please stay paused when I'm perusing menus. I really hate the interface for the these. We just got recurrent warfare. Yeah, well, it doesn't go anywhere. Why did I take that? Okay, mills. Intensive agriculture, food production plus 10%. Burger literature. Clerical literature. Renaissance city planning, supply lines. Come down here to Inquisition. Hmm. I thought I saw tearing and just yeah, V-Sync's on. Hmm. I want to restart the game because the frame rate's so low. But yeah, let's get this research done first. Looking back in our age of tradition, uh, 17 research progress. '28 research progress. 28, 28, 28. I thought the lower one would have gone faster if that's even what we're talking about. Construction speed down here, clearing of terrain. Excuse me. Bless me. To do. I think we should do the old text first. Um, but do they go faster over time or what? Try to form a coherent question and search that. And I hate calling them advances. Not a bonus. Every era increases the cost of an advancement. And every institution you embrace gives you research speed. So it's not that the old texts give you a bonus, it's that the new texts are at a deficit. And things like these must stack, so it's going to be worth it. Then after that, I don't know that we have any at max yet. We're not in a hurry to get that. In food production. I hear diplomats, yeah. Loyalty of subjects, we don't have any subjects, but noble satisfaction. We could use that right now. Army morale. Navy tradition. I think it just makes sense to grab that Army morale as soon as possible too. That's a tougher choice though. We can got plenty queued up. Let's run until the new year, and then we'll restart the game. We have an unmarried child. 16-year-old dude. Not our heir, but he could be someday. There are no royal marriages available? What? Gain some bonuses if you send them to a foreign order of chivalry? We could see how that works. This depends which one. The Order of St. George. Kingdom Hungry gains 30 opinion. Well, that's just opinion. That's a little too boring. We pinned that tooltip, but it's not. It's still bouncing through it. The whole game's still buggy, glitchy as heck. How many children do I have? What determines their sort order? Oh. Even oldest son, if he is, why, they're sort of age. Why is he not my heir? He's some kind of a bastard? Who's this dude's mom? Queen Maria. Who's this guy's mom? Yeah. If he takes the vows, we lose 10 legitimacy. Estate satisfaction goes up. We move towards spiritualist. Yeah, we don't want to tell anybody to take the vows. But we definitely have other kids. Let's do this just for kicks. Send them to Hungary. The following effects now apply to him. His prestige, his military ability, his diplomatic reputation. And it now says has joined. Our diplomatic reputation. Prestige, nobles of primary or accepted culture ratio. Prestige, nobles. Face value. Warlike. Clergy. Charismatic negotiator. Our diplomatic ability. I think our wife's the head of our dynasty. Why not us? Countries ruled by this dynasty include Aumeli Berg. Talking about. Anyway, he's in a foreign order of chivalry, but I get the impression he's still in our court and subject to our uh our whims. Location Valladolid, yeah. Okay. And yeah, I think his modifiers are his modifiers. They do not apply to our state. So I assume we should try to steal some maps from Morocco. Although we actually know it's bad because I forget what it's called. Antagonism. The antagonism will make everybody else in the world mad at us, not just Morocco. Right? Oops. Some actions can also cause an antagonism bomb in a location that affects the countries near to it. Nothing about stealing maps. Anything about espionage? No. That's a weird subject to avoid giving any help on. Oh, we don't have a diplomat anymore. We're still being friends with 6? I thought I stopped 2 of them. Yeah, you crazy. I did. We're making friends with 4 people. Why does it still say 6? Still thinks we're making friends with Venice. Alright, it did remove the minuses. Oh, we got 100 in Aquitaine now. I just realized it actually is doing Aquitaine and not England. Real quick, let me see about this building trade office. We can build one in Aquitaine now. $18,000 peasants able to promote. 39,000 peasants able to promote. Well, as many trade offices as possible in Bordeaux. Well, up to 5. Filter panelist by Bordeaux. What? Anyway, there is our building. Let us stop the improvement with Aquitaine. Our point was to be with England. We goofed. We now passed that thing in the church, which is less antagonism. Nice. Somebody else must have had a birthday. Everybody born on the first of the year? Or perhaps just characters that existed when the game started? I thought they just popped up. This is the same guy, of course. We can still marry him off. So, Foreign Order of Chivalry does not have any marriage vow restraints. And we actually gain antagonism. We get more antagonism because we don't have all our rivals assigned. Well, let's rival Tunis just because, let's not overthink it and it makes sense. Some ways it doesn't make sense. Because having beaten up on Morocco, the next one we'd beat up on is Tlemcen. We'd like to rival him, but not an option. Like while we're beating up on Tlemcen, maybe we wanted to be friendly towards Tunis, but whatever. Oh, so yep, we're going to save and restart the game. 25 frames for no particular reason here. As I say that, it jumps up to 36. Administrative ability. This ability represents how good a character is at handling administrative tasks, how good they are at organizing things, handling the economy, and making the country run. Launching. Bum bum dum bum bum. I'll heat up my coffee a minute. I click continue before it's done loading. The naval strength of a country is calculated from its maximum sailors, navy size, and naval levy power. Tell a country, why not sell the air, the great sea, as well as the earth? Did not the Great Spirit make them all for the use of his children? Tecumseh, Shawnee Chief, 1810. And we've been loading for a while, and the tooltips haven't changed. Inflation represents the increase In all prices in the game, it is increased by minting more gold to increase our income. And we can reduce it by cabinet action. We are marked to die. We are enough to do our country loss. And if to live, the fewer men, the greater share of honor. And that's Shakespeare, which is how come it's worded so funky. "75 frames per second." Yeah. I'll zoom out a bit. It drops. But it drops to 65, not 35. Game. What? What were we doing? Bunch of stuff. We have an unhappy nobles. There's some sickness we last knew in Sevilla. E. Okay. We've lost almost 1,900 people to the Black Plague. Didn't know it got here yet. We looked sometime last year, and I think only a few months ago, honestly. It was spotty in Greece. Nothing further west than Albany or Epirus. Albania. Now it's here. And in Portugal. And in Morocco. France does have his little bit. England, Ireland. I actually hit Ireland hard. Scandinavia's safe for now. I was worried about our influenza, which seems to be gone. Why is it telling us typhus now? No presence in our country. Our influenza went away. So one of my questions was, why couldn't I build a hospital in Sevilla? I think that's a clerical building. Everything we could build, we are building one, was in the north. Our question is why? The best places to build a hospital, Sevilla. Left click, build a hospital in Sevilla for 126 gold. But, see, it's not shaded like I can build it there. I can build it there. Alright. Weird. Some locations are losing their population rapidly. True, might not be the best time to build something there. Speaking of that, where are our missions? And we just got a lot of pop-ups. Every place is depopulating. Let me see. Yep. Yep. We are affected by bubonic plague, 100 Years' War, Black Death. Okay. We know. Buildings missing inputs, pops missing inputs. Rebel movements. Unhappy estates. Profitable buildings. Underage heir. Buildings missing employees. Only 40. We have truces that are expiring soon. Yeah. You say soon, but it always says that. Yeah. In 5 years is soon. RGO's missing employees. No promotion. People dying in Villa Rubos. Yeah. Married children. I don't know why they, 3 of them popped up all of a sudden, but most of that's just completely ordinary. One was this just refreshing. More people die. Another one bites the dust. Gil died today. Well, who was Gil? Rich men trust not in wealth. Gold cannot buy you health. Physic himself must fade. All things to end are made. The plague full swift goes by. I am sick. I must die. Who were you? I am paused, right? Why is... Died 4 days ago. 45-year-old male. Courtier of Spain. But, I presume he was a... Yeah. He's a cabinet member? He's a regent? No, it's just... No, it's just give an example of what a role is. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Did he have any other roles? His stats weren't great, but it's good. The only way we're going to know is see if our cabinet's empty. It is. Clearly what happened, but... So Alfonso de Guzman is one of our cabinet members. And since we do need to do the military-ish stuff, we'll take another military. Integrating is a military matter. Where's my... Here. Well, I'll consider the other ones. It's also worth saying he'd be better general because all of the stats matter for your generals. Whereas for on the console, you only pick stuff to, you'd hopefully have one military and one of another. So if he has a low stat someplace, you never pick him for that type of task. We'll slip in Balthazar. What was the other guy's special ability? Zealot? Alright, the Prussian Crusade. Prussian Crusade. So first thing first, I don't think Prussia exists yet. So that's what's making me think. We do see that there are the Teutonic Order. But, was Prussia simply a region? And once the Prussian state was founded, that it was just actually named after the region? Does it matter? I don't need to know that to play the game. Just wondering. And I'm sure we're going to end up doing a Prussia run ourselves sometime here in the future. We can look it up then. Years ago, the glorious Crusaders of the Baltic proclaimed their Prussian crusade for the glories of Christ. Many men heeded its call. One of them was the pride of the Castilian crown, Captain Mercurio Trujillo. Blood was spilled, prestige was gained, and honor was defended, while the infidels and wicked pagans cowered in fear before his holy fury. Now he has returned to the loving arms of his magnificent crown. May he be an example for many more knights. Nonetheless, I'm going to look up a little bit, at least the Prussian Crusade. Yes, the Prussian Crusade was a series of 13th century campaigns, Roman Catholic Crusaders, primarily led by the Teutonic Knights, to Christianize under the duress of pagan Old Prussians. Not to be confused with the Young Prussians. Okay. It's, yeah, is there a cultural map that matches this? Alright. Now, on the map that I'm looking at, which I can share, but yeah, they're spelling it different here. Coronians? That's spelled the same. This, don't see Semigalians. Also don't see Thelonians. Now the Latgalians are probably, we're guessing, so I feel hesitant to even say probably, but They're probably like Latvians. Now, our Lithuanians are sparse. This is weird. I'm looking at a map from a 1200, you know, so before now. There's no culture that identifies as Lithuanian. What? Here. Well, it's a Lithuanian culture group. Found a Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Anyway, that was a big swath through here. And sort of down here, there's a river that I cannot see. I see no Skalvians. I see no Yatvinigans. There might be a separate culture group map mode, actually. Yeah, there is. First, we're looking at culture's location. But is primary culture much different? Well, indeed. And there are suppressions. But again, Lithuanians, not so much. Alright. Do. And culture groups. Lithuanian Baltic. Baltic. German. Do. This one has the most cultures shown, presented. But yeah, like I said, there is no Yatvingians or Savodians or Galindians. And this map throughout the Prussians, it's showing the try to zoom in a similar view level. It's showing Sambians and Nadruvians, Bartians, Nadagians, Wormians, Augustanians, right next to the one that we know is there. And there are sort of syllables in there I don't expect. It's not Pomeranians. It's Pomeranians. Pomeranians. Yeah. That's not what we see at all. What's the point of this? Why'd I come here? I was, yep, just looking for the culture. So it was a language. Old Prussian is an extinct West Baltic language. Um, the term Old Prussian goes back to at least 997 AD regarding a region. Anyway, all right. Certainly keep going back, but more about the Crusade. And I'm wondering if this topic of the Prussian Crusade is what I normally would refer to as the Baltic Crusade. Or if they're separate. Oh, a little bit interesting. I was associating that one term, the one subculture I mentioned. I shouldn't say that. A subculture is just well, it's a minority. The Pomeranians, not to be confused with the Pomeranians, because the Pomeranians were a Balkan pagan group, whereas the aggressors, the Prussians, were allied to the Duchy of Pomerania. So, yeah, not the same. Pomeranian and Pomeranian are different. And the Great Prussian Uprising was in 1260 to 1270. Anyway, okay. That's enough. Is it time to run the ads again? We gain 10, excuse me, Army Tradition. Somebody else died? Our rulers. How does it do that? It pauses. It was paused for 10 seconds, and then another event pops up while it's paused. Stop doing that. We bring sad news. She died at the age of 8. She was our ruler's second cousin and a child in the crown of Castile. She died from the bubonic plague. I mean, but whatever. Nothing to do about it. Social cravings. Maintaining social order becomes sanitation. We cannot risk the spread. What? Ever since the arrival of the plague, many have avoided large gatherings and public festivals out of fear. But over time, even the most asocial individuals will eventually crave interaction with others. The grumbling and complaints of the common are growing louder by the day. Withholding and discouraging festivities any further could cause quite a lot of social upheaval. Maintaining social order comes before sanitation. We cannot risk the spread. I mean, but it's going to kill everybody no matter what. Let it spread, right? I mean, yeah, go ahead, have your parties. I should have checked our population before and after. Society, society. Do 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 do. 5.75. 5.75 million. Whereas death, only 100K so far. One of our merchants in Barcelona market has returned notice of pop rep for losing every single duck. He's gone bankrupt. He will not be receiving benefits of his trade anymore. What? Save him. Here's 10 ducats. Black Death claims the throne. King Alfonso XI, the Avenger of Borgia, has been hiding the symptoms for some time, but alas, on their deathbed, it is clear they too had fallen to this terrible ailment that haunts the crown. Not much can be done for him now. Only darkness awaits for him and us. Rest in peace. We have died. A new court. Regency, but it broke up to marriage? Oh, the union. Okay. A consort. Oh, a regent is the Queen of Portugal. With Queen Maria. I mean, okay. He has been planning on moving the court to a different location, as is the common custom within Castile. The choices are Toledo, Sevilla, and Cordoba. And this scares me because, yeah, you build up everything. Yeah, in this game where the capital, a lot of people are saying you only develop the area around your capital to such stuff as maybe it's even better to create vassals out of all your rural areas or what. Because it's all about control, which is proximity to the capital. We lose 5 legitimacy. Prosperity increases by 15%. We have a lot of legitimacy. Now, be frank, I want to move it to Cordoba. Where's the roads map. Okay, Toledo. Toledo, Sevilla, Cordoba. Yeah, we're playing EU5. Yep, might have been finally bored of racing after after 2 years, but we would have been playing this anyway. EU4 is a big favorite game of mine. But this was just released. We're keeping validity. We can play around with this some other time. Police 5 legitimacy. You know what? I just noticed it's marked like that on Steam, actually. But it's not. It's not at all. Barely. Well, no, because RTS is real-time strategy game, right? And this is very much turn-based. A heck of a lot of turns, but it's turn-based. But yeah, it's a grand strategy game. Just conquer the world. But first of all, it was always a very rich game. A lot more to it than that, in a way. But this one has added so many more layers of depth. It's really impressive how much they added to it. Still very buggy. But they added a full economy, for instance. Like our Tailor's Guild making fine cloth. But the funny thing, you know, not only did they add that there's a fine cloth trading good, is that you got to manufacture it. And there's 4 different ways to manufacture it. They really went deep. And we're very early into it. EU4 took me 70 hours to finish a campaign, a run. 70 hours. 70. And this is reputedly going to take even longer. And although it says it took me 70 hours, and I thought I was slower than most people, apparently it took most people more like 90 hours to finish a game, according to whatever site that is. How long to beat something? The plague pits, and we are suffering the Black Plague right now. Oh, waiting on Tarkov. Oh, you got an icon there. That's the yeah, that is the Arc Raiders. Are you playing Arc Raiders though? Speaking of extraction shooters, I've been watching Shockwave play a lot of. That's all he's been playing these days. Arc Raiders. Is Tarkov going to release soon? Again, I watched Shockwave play a lot of that before he before he found Arc Raiders. I talked to my nephew about getting Tarkov, but we decided not to. First-person shooters aren't high on my list. 3 to 6 months? Is that what you're saying? The terror inflicted upon our people by the deathly grip of the bubonic plague has had a captivating effect on our medical professionals in Yoder. Pioneers who don robes and gloves are ready to push our medical knowledge to new heights. Their only request is that they be given access to an innumerable amount of test subjects from our recently deceased. Oh yeah. We can have all our dead bodies, I'm sure. Oh, we lose 7 stability. Really? It's a bad time to lose stability during the plague. Gained research, but I don't want to lose stability. We move towards innovative. Prosperity increases. What else here? We lose a tiny bit of research progress. We move towards traditionalist. Move towards spiritualist. Let's do this because it's at 7 stability. No, let's save our stability. Yeah, but hopefully I'll be playing this game for at least the next 2 years. Like most people these days, I have hundreds of games that I own that I've never played. More so, I have at least 20 or if not 30 games installed that I've never played. I can't. I'm just not looking for any new games though. But like if my nephew were to pick up Arc Raiders, I'd probably have to get it just to play with him once in a blue moon. But yeah, Tarkov looked quite a bit more hardcore. We have been contacted by a group of Navarrese dissidents who claim to have a vast network support ready to force the Navarrese queen to adopt a pro-Castilian course if we can just provide them with the necessary funds. They're most likely lying. Their claims have excited many influential people at our court. We would support them? That's a lot of money. But Kingdom of Navarre loses 60. Yeah, well, you're just lying. Well, that costs us 10 prestige. Man, I can't make heads or tails out of what to do. Like, the worst part about this one isn't even 135 gold. It's that, Navarra would hate us. But similarly, Navarra hated us in a different way. Lose 10 prestige. It's impossible to... I don't know how we gain prestige. It's always going down. Seems like we only gain it by events like this. So losing a prestige to the event sucks. Let's support him. I'm surprised this went down. Actually, don't understand how it went down. Okay. But our ruler just died. And his wife is our regent until our son takes over. As long as our son doesn't die. Because everybody's dying, because it's the Black Plague. The green is disease. It originated over here. Wish we knew how many years ago. Guess that's telling us. Of 1346, so maybe we'll be healing up in 2 years also. We've lost 1.7 million citizens to the plague. I forgot what we started out. I was trying to memorize that. Yeah, I think we had 7.7. Yep, we've lost a third of our population. A political exile from Navarra. His services will be useful. He's got good stats. Yeah, and that's one of the main things about this game. I mean, I can't say this enough. I distinctly said, or I know when I was in high school, or even before perhaps, but history was my least favorite subject. Try to keep chat family friendly, please. So when did I start playing this? Or at least the previous game. EU4 was 12 years ago. I wasn't into history at all until I started playing this game. And that's to say that this game strives to be very, very historically accurate until you unpause it. Then anything can happen. Yep. Yeah, I don't even think, I don't know. People died once in a while, but I don't even think there were any massive disease events in EU4. Just another one of many things that they added a lot of detail to. Now, like, that doesn't exactly surprise us because the sister game, Crusader Kings, does have diseases and always had. But still, again, like all the trade goods and everything, that's not Crusader Kings or anything. Philippe Bastan is thankful for being granted asylum in the Castilian court. However, he has recently drawn attention to the fact that there are many other Navarrese nobles, or excuse me, not nobles, but notables in his position. Men of great wisdom and influence, he insists. It could be useful to allow them to join our court should we wish to step up our opposition to Navarrese ambitions. Navarre loses more opinion. 100 Basque pops each month. Okay. We have no rooms for more exiles. We lose prestige. No, we'll take them. Not going to lose prestige. Have a good evening. You too. Good luck in your Tarkov release. Location is depopulating. Yes. Unused trade capacity. A little interesting. That might have been up there for a while. But we'd like to use our trade capacity. Current trades is what I was thinking about. Could probably increase our exports. So. Alright, there's other stuff. When we're looking at other people, it says biggest deficits or what? We do that by market. And yeah, it's another way to say it is like asking if this is a RTS. In some ways, like, of course it's not, because if you're not at war, you don't even have any units to move around. And it's quite possible to play. Nobody would really, well, I can't say nobody either. But you could play by a pacifist run. Theoretically play without ever being in a war. That's not what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. The greatest surplus and greatest needs. And there's always fruit. Can we import some medicaments, maybe? Just curious what else we might look for. Ordered by product name, okay. Medicaments be somewhere around the middle. Lead. Might be the opposite of a medicament. Masonry, medicaments. You could import some from Lisbon. Let's. Where's our current trades now? Oh, that thing went away. Peasant connections. Cost of purchasing food is cheaper. We have a bunch of advances queued up. Okay, there was a papal warning. News has arrived of an official decree by Pope Jonas. The 23rd Theron, warning rulers and community leaders to avoid feeling hatred against minorities. I paused just on the spelling of Jonas. Hatred against minorities. The Black Death is without a doubt an act of God. Anyone who claims otherwise is committing blasphemy and could be excommunicated. Unfortunately, minorities make for great scapegoats, and targets for anger when great strategy strikes. Whether we choose to continue to benefit from this or heed the papal warning is up to us. Hey, Wamber. No idea what you're talking about. Do cleric estate satisfaction. It's a grand strategy game. Think Risk or more for a board game or Civilization. Pick a country and conquer the world. Or not, but at any rate play around with things could lead to conquering the world. Growing your country bigger at any rate. We're playing as Castile. Gain 5 religious influence. See, that makes the no, the clerics won't hate us. We lose stability, but we gain prestige. We'll probably do that. And actually, it doesn't even affect any of our cultures. I hate these events that say the story that they write sort of not necessarily doesn't have anything to do with the consequences, which is the only thing you care about. You know, if we as a nation blame some minority for causing the Black Death, you would think that minority would dislike us, perhaps, but yeah, doesn't change any minority opinion. But we lose a little stability, but we gain prestige at more and makes up for it. That's good. We'll do that. Some locations are losing their population rapidly. Yes. More trade. Plague as punishment. The end times are upon us, or at least so claim the ever-growing groups of flagellants that wander through the countryside, processing and preaching of can't say that word today. Apocalyptic events to come as punishment for our pride, which only through Christ's ire as flagellation we can dispel. By originally having support of the church, these groups have strayed too far from doctrine to be sanctioned anymore. The clerics believe that they must be stamped out to prevent them from undermining stability. Lose 7 stability. Or every location we own in Segovia will have the spread of bubonic plague reduced by 5%. We're picking this one because the stability loss is just too much. I'm an American. Snowed good 3 or 4 days ago. I'm in New York State. Do. Checking our taxes. Oh yeah, I forgot we could erase that back up. Inflation is 0. 200, yeah. I don't think it'll ever go into deflation, but that's what we were trying to do. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. Portugal have asked us for gold. Well, funny because we rule Portugal. Because of unbalanced favors, we ought to accept, or they will lose 6 trust. Based on that, we'll lose an additional 2 diplomatic reputation. Now, diplomatic rotation, like trust is per country, but diplomatic reputation affects all the countries. I mean, says we're supposed to give it to them. I don't know. Maybe we can ask them for some gold back. Why don't we have an alliance with them anymore? Yeah, we do have a diplomat, so we can do stuff. Here's ask for money. We lack the 25 favors. Oh, well, they use up a lot of favors to do that. So okay, that seems sort of fair. But yeah, I don't know why we're not allied. Unprofitable buildings. This one is not enough people, something. Buildings missing employees, right? That one would be resources? What? Oh, okay. RGOs, missing employees. And just as curiosity, look at the Black Death again. Oh yeah, it is clearing up. It's clearing up. We're much happier than we were. When it first arrived here, Sevilla had been hit hard, and that has all cleared up. It's still in our capital. Hopefully it's not growing in our capital. Sounds like something from the Catholic Church. They are voting on apostolic apostolicae apostolicae servitus servitutis. Catholics may gain that for 10 years. Wrong button. Clergy satisfaction plus 10. Whatever. No harm. So, yeah. Go ahead and vote for that. Okay. Yep. The plague has vacated. Hopefully nobody else dies in the royal family. Our heir is 14 years old. He is heir to Castile and Portugal. Now, she's only serving as a regent. So I think when he becomes of age, he'll be King of Castile, but his mother will remain Queen of Portugal until she dies. And our heir is working on his administrative education. His admin skill was about 75, and it was about twice as high as his other ones. We changed society values by 2 towards quality. Quantity, offensive, defensive. Let's say a focus on offensive. But tricky because it is moving towards defensive. Can we find out what to do about that? Not that we will right now, but if we check our values. Quality, no. Offensive versus defensive. Yeah, why is this moving in the wrong direction? Minus 19% fort defense. What do you mean? Whoop, wrong button again. This impacts how quick a siege will go against the country. Alright, no, this is not what we're looking at. No. That's the effects of where this bar currently is. It's not the rate of change. Because of our fort maintenance is moving to the right. Do something like that and then go back to values. Yes. So we actually have to shut off fort maintenance to stop it from moving to the right. Okay, and now this is not off, it's just at 50%. Which, right, it's moving to the right. Half as slowly. What could we do to make it move to the left? Oh, this makes a change in the cabinet. It might have a huge stability impact. Yeah, you have to hover over these tiny little arrows to see that pop up. It appears. No, well, just not right into center. I thought this had a major change. It's not telling us that though. Major cost. Have to search for it. What is the cost of encouraging values? What did it say? I'm not getting that pop-up again. Oh, there it goes. Oh, all right. Well, that's the cost. It requires a person to be used full time. Okay, I understand. Enough. I don't need to search it. I was just saying it doesn't make sense if you can do that without a consequence, because you'd sort of do it all the time. Just clicking all 12 values or whatever all at once, and no, we can't do that because we can only do 2 separate values because we only have 2 cabinet members. There's a unit moving. Efficient mining. Haven't seen that for a while because we've been importing gold, but maybe our trade's dried up. The economy trading. Current trades. Locations depopulating. That list has to be getting smaller, yeah. Buildings missing resources. Books and mercury. The This buildings missing people. A lot. Everybody died in the plague, and profitable buildings. Do 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 do. What was the mission? Yeah, I was just thinking, what are we actually doing? I don't know. Obtain a castle's belly. We have a Castile that allows to conquest of locations against a neighbor country. From Parliament. Creating a spy network. We still have a peace treaty with Morocco, though. Still. Could look at the Casus Belli. We were thinking about stealing maps, knowing that all neighboring countries will hate us excessively. Maybe that's hostile, not covert. Which is weird. It does require the 20 spy network. Whatever. Hmm? Defend Morocco's subject if an annexation starts. Huh. We could start a religious war. Take... There's also humiliate rival. Why we can't create that one, I don't know. Excommunicate ruler. Can't excommunicate somebody who's a different religion. Disrupting trade. Anti-piracy war. Trade conflict. It doesn't say, doesn't give the requirements for the Casus Belli. Anyway, we can do that, and I think it gives us a goal. So let's create that religious war, Casus Belli, that we can. Oh, there's a... Hold up. I found where it tells us. Just hover over that part. Alright, we can't do that unless we're embargoed by him. Not humiliate unless we have a truce with him. And I thought we did have a truce with him. Maybe it has passed. Didn't think enough years went by quite yet. Religion of Morocco is Catholic. Excommunicated. Well, it's time to run the ads. So, let me take a break right now. We'll be back to this. Back in a couple minutes. That didn't work. Why is it even showing that? That is so strange, actually. Yeah, alright, we'll fix that. Paste reference, paste duplicate. Alright, maybe I gotta come over here and copy. Back. Oh! And if it allows me to resize this, there you go. It's because we switched monitors. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Well, I guess the ads are still running for 3 seconds. So, anti-piracy war. Any location has privateers from Morocco. Has privateers from Morocco. We do not have a truce with Morocco. Yeah, that's a surprise. Thought we did. Yeah, this thing. We have truces that are expiring soon. Morocco. 1353, right. We do have a truce with Morocco. Talking about. Be able to select it from here? Well, we can select Morocco, but not so much the truce. Oh, it's probably saying that we cannot do it because we already have a truce with Morocco. It's probably misread the positive versus negative connotation. Yeah, there's an X, and we do not have a truce with Morocco. What would the humiliate rival Casus Belli even do for us? Wait, just clicking this gives us the antagonism. Well, let's just do this just to get out of the way. Wait, I think, yeah, I think that's what it's telling me. The first one in the list. I didn't know we would have a choice here. I'd like to see some sort of a map mode for tax base might do it. For wealth, even though we know it's Fez. Last we knew there were two castles, one in Fez, one in Mykonos, I believe. So those are some of the harder ones to invade, but thing is, we probably can't win the war until, need to check again, but until we probably can't win the war anyway until you siege down the capital. And what is the point? I think the point's that we conquer the province. It doesn't really tell me. Our goal is to take that. Yeah. Take Fez. This will eventually allow us to start a war. Okay. Antagonism's up to 52. Our great power score has gone down. We used to be 17th or even 16th. Down to 20th. Okay, another research. Clearing of terrain gives us larger RGO size limit. Oh, but did we complete our mission? Hmm. Obtain a Casus Belli. Why is this not marked off? Where's our Casus Belli icon? Does it not even show our Casus Belli if we have a peace treaty with them? That would be so strange. And it should show us, not that we can use it. But we are creating it. Creating. Okay, it's not complete yet. Maybe aggressive expansion didn't advance yet until it completes. And it's about 52 with Morocco. Okay. How long does that take to complete? Yeah, this one. Well, we can see the progression. Vaguely 12 months. Right? Definitely vague because we're just guessing how much time has passed. What happened to that Black Death? It's got to be wrapping up a little bit soon. Still, there's only 4 locations affected. Oh, that's 4 of our locations that are affected. Well, we lost 2.6 million people. The most affected country is us. More people died in Castile than in France or Delhi or Egypt or Hungary. Increase our gold import. Oh, they're back to being satisfied? Nice. Yeah, it didn't take too long. Thought it was gonna be more like 5 years, but how's our control increasing? Note again, we are down to 30 or less frames per second again. Let's try another restart. 38, 35. I don't know why I jumped up to 38 again when we were just looking at 28. Seems like if you hang out for 30 seconds, the frames increase again. And we're at the zoom level where we can see all of our icons. And let's also point out there should be some improvement if we simply reload. I did mean to turn on music for you guys. The game's music. It's supposed to be one of its best features, but I generally hate background music. Um, while there were some really good tracks in like Crusader Kings 2, uh, more and more I dislike the tracks. Um, just particularly when you can't even imagine that it's period music. You know, remembering one of the tracks from EU4, you know, just I don't remember exactly actually, but like drums and steel. But you know, anything that has like cannon fire in the backing track, such as you know the actual song 1812 Overture. Um, but it's like no, our cannons have not been invented yet or anything. But that is the current state of the music in this game. I'll point it out when it bothers me. You can trust me. But I don't like it. Okay. Oh, they're being invaded by France. That's supposed to happen. Uh, yeah, 100 Years' Wars is still going on, so... Kingdom of France versus the Kingdom of England. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm looking at France, but he only has one war going on. He's not at war with Aragon. Okay, Aragon must have joined in on... Oh. on England's side. Right, but rather than having Durham listed at the top after England, how about a sizable country such as Aragon? Him down next to last, 5,000 troops. But stability, war enthusiasm, exhaustion, blockaded ports, war participation, yes and no. What we're interested in. Land strength is more of a good category. What is it sorted by default? Nothing? That can't be true. Okay, it's sorted by nothing right now. We did do it alphabetically, right? But, yep. Land strength. Does put Aragon second, that was my guess. Naval strength, Aragon's ahead of England. That's great. Okay. But so I believe that there's no way that France is going to be able to take land from Aragon. But maybe it could. That'd be interesting. That'd be a real reason not to casually join as a subordinate into other people's wars. On the frame rate is about what it was, isn't it? A little bit better. Again, it's going up now that we paused and are waiting. And I forgot you can't see that on the screen. 50, 55, 23, 3. Regal Nick Gastovo. A new heresy has appeared in Christianity. Clearly, these are people who do not understand that the only one true faith is Catholicism. This is after we passed the apostolic servitude, just made our clergy happy or something. Where's this heresy at? Map mode doesn't stay up. Left click is supposed to show it. Maybe it hasn't shown up until after we click on it, but how do I get back to that? This is my main question also. Strig. Oh, Nikki. Striggle Nikki. That's a different word than the title of the event. Religion. Religion breakdown. Holy sites. Catholicism. It's humorous that it says Catholicism needs a major reform. What? Alliance broken? Portugal has broken off the alliance. We lost 50 opinion. I don't get that. And the thing is, we just made that like a month ago. And they would accept another alliance. Doesn't make sense. If it was at the end of the term, there should have been an alert saying that alliances are about to expire. Because like the first time I had it happen, I asked, it was with Upper Bavaria. I think we found it. Just it's Tyrol. Anyway. I think the alliance was about to expire. And like I didn't click on it to continue it or something, and so they ended it. But then again, I would hope that the message would be different, not that they canceled the alliance, that it has not that it expired. It's different. But now we just got this same message for an alliance we just created. Very suspect. Kingdom of Portugal, what is our trust? $20. Does this cost a diplomat? Probably. What else is there? There is a defensive league. I didn't see much point to it. Let me not say it that way. I think a defensive league might give us stuff we can vote on to enhance our abilities or something. But I also thought maybe that there's some problematic things to vote on. Let's click on that since the alliance ended. I don't know, something different. Okay. International organization. Where do we find all this? I'm surprised it wasn't on the overview. It's cumbersome to click twice. Let's see. Yeah, we can vote for laws. Mutual defense. We've seen such things before, including offensive and defensive. Oh, when I was just testing with the Native American tribes. They'd vote every year on how to defend each other. Disease. Typhus. Always in Sevilla. Sevilla and Burgos. What's this? Insufficient minting. Inefficient minting. Oh, we're importing all the gold we can. RGO's missing people. Buildings missing people. Underage air. Profitable. Rebel movements. Ops with needs. Buildings with needs. Non-integrated provinces, right? We're working on that. Yeah, Morocco hates us. We know that. Down to 61, 51%. A building. It's a green alert. Building. Almost think like buildings might be closed, but I'm sure it's not what it is. Oh, alright, no. We can hold the court. Parliament. Huh. Tomorrow's control's pretty high, actually. Is this a raise? Is that the last place I held one? Let's hold court in Leon. Leon, and see how that goes. The funding farming estates or promote castle works. Fund farming. Particularly because we just had the plague. Maybe. But then again, you just need to repopulate what we already had. We don't need to build more and overextend. But still, that's essentially just about what everything is. Forest exploitation. Expanding raw timber materials. So of course, we're getting a list of, a list of priorities. And right away, almost any game, but it's like, you knew food was a priority. But then second, there was both stone and lumber. We weren't able to build any buildings without stone and lumber. I'm just saying, this forestry stuff is still related to pretty near the priorities. We haven't noticed that we've had a lack recently, but still, it's just... Well, I could say the same thing. The farming's related to the food. New hunting grounds. What is something more like... Develop the interior. Urban buildings cost is cheaper. It could be like our hospitals that we were building. But we already did 2 of them. Toledo and Burgos gain development. Society moves towards land? What is the opposite of land? Oh, yeah, it's talking troop types, land troops or naval troops. What's this? Conduct the census. Oh, stability. Population growth. Well, yeah. But we're going to have a hard time making everybody vote for this. But we lose 7 stability. But still, when we're debating it, the population grows, increases. But I don't like the choices. When we're trying to curry the favor, when we're voting, I'd say most of the events I'd rather not click on. And I think we might have to click a lot to get this over 50%. And just regarding that, let's just go with something that has the biggest value. Either Castle works or funding farming. So we're going to fund farming. And yeah, we don't have enough yet for it to pass. So these are what I'm talking about, the Parliament agendas. We pass one of these, it'll increase the support for what we're already working on. And I couldn't remember how many times you might have to click on something. Well, like if you only have 2 choices for 6%, you know, you'd have to click on that 8 or 9 times to raise 50% from 0. We lose 2 Navy tradition. Moves towards land. A little bit of clerical and burgher disappointment. I mean, there's only one thing that's impossible as society change value here. But you could always say it's a positive value no matter whether you're going to the left or to the right. So it's just a maybe. There's one possible positive thing here, but there's nothing positive here. And nothing positive there. So I'm talking about, it's usually bad stuff. Toledo loses 1 toll castle. Small fortification placed in or very close to a road, river crossing, or mountain pass where a small contingent of guards can enforce the payment of a toll to be granted passage. Oh, and that money for the nobles. Anyway, yeah, this one easily this time, of course. And so our vote will now pass, although take some time. That's actually, yeah, this is showing a progress bar. I guess it's 6 months. Another outbreak of what? What? More typhus. It's the same typhus. Wonder why it disappeared and then can pop back up. Okay. Learning from the plague. Court doctors and university intelligentsia believe that we should standardize successful plague treatment and preventive techniques to help alleviate the situation. At the moment, plague treatment and prevention is handled by a decentralized network of local plague doctors and medical practitioners, making it an expensive, although potentially worthwhile endeavor to ensure all of our doctors have the latest equipment and methodology. Things such as the wearing of robes and gloves, herb bags, and ready accessibility to mercury and arsenic could help ensure some of our people stay safe and healthy. Push for standardization. Each doctor should get to choose. Costs us all our money. And does it actually do anything, though? What if that's the only thing it does? It just costs money. It doesn't do anything else. Whereas here, it's saying it's pushing towards traditionalist. What's on the other end of traditionalism? Innovative. Yeah, we'd rather be innovative. Although we're currently towards traditionalist. We lose 10 prestige. So one way to look at it is we're paying 240 ducats for 10 prestige. Pay the money. I'm just wondering, where are our boats? Where are our boats? Where are our? Because we had ships during the war. And they never had a naval fight, so they didn't die. But it seems to be pretty sure that we have 0. Alright. Yeah, our cogs do have 3 cannon. What's this? Sailor cost. Want to know your transport capacity? Wait, what's the difference between 4 cannons and 8 cannons? I seems to imply that the 8 includes a +4. Weird representation. Yeah, it's like the first 2 icons are the stats. The other icons are modifiers that may have already influenced the stats. Weird. Oh, and then, yeah. You can tell that it's slightly smaller, maybe. This is a stat, not a modifier. That modifies the hull size, which is 6. And this modified the cannons, which is 8. But the other ones don't have speed? That doesn't make any sense. That's just a modifier. So where's it show the speed? In there. Okay. Our speed is 10. Although there's more than one speed. Movement speed and combat speed. One word, those are freaking fast. That's a light ship. It's a galley. That is a transport. Transport capacity is, you'd think I might remember, seems to be 250. $25, $25, $25. Okay, and that's reasonable too. Like even if I don't have any dedicated transports, any old ship I have can transport a little bit. Now, let's read about why the galley is different. There might be something between shores and deep ocean. Galleys are shallow. Galleys are shallow draft ships, mainly propelled by oars that are primarily used in coastal waters. Ah, yes. Ocean is minus 50%, deep ocean minus 100. Minus 50% of what? Why does the game constantly do this? Ocean, minus 50%. What? What? Feed, sailors, food, attrition. It can be minus 50% anything, or it could be minus 50% everything. But obviously it's not minus 50% everything because we can do stuff like I mentioned attrition. Of course it's not going to be better attrition, minus 50%. I had to guess movement, but it might be all combat stats. Well, for a game that's supposed to be giving you all the information you need, they're remarkably good at giving you not everything you need. They're very vague about everything you need. On a need-to-know basis. Oh, what do I need to know? 50%. 50% of what? That you don't need to know. Anyway, of course, that was regarding looking at galley. Now looking at light ship. Light ships are small, relatively cheap vessels with a shallow keel that focus on speed, agility, and ease of navigation. Of course, we'd always take a Castile galley over a traditional galley. Uh, 10 cannon. 7 hull. Our galleys are slightly sturdier, slightly better in combat, with more cannon and, well, a traditional galley wouldn't be. It'd be the same as the Caravel, although it wouldn't either because, again, being Catalan, We get +4 cannons. All in all, they're about the same. Let me search what people are saying about it. They'll tell me what I need to know. Galleys or caravels? Oh, now I'm sort of remembering, yeah. Galleys are supposed to dominate in the coastal areas. I remember in EU4, the Mediterranean and Black Sea would be filled with Ottoman galleys. Yeah. But monetary cost, that's where the galleys are slightly better, particularly because we're Catalan. And we're not going overseas yet. Theoretically, be a while until we do. It's another age until we do. To demonstrate. Age of Discovery, just going by the name. New World. Colonial range +600. What here might lead us to any kind of exploration? Renaissance, perhaps here. Merchants over there. Topic number 3, armies. Go forth. There is scholarly treatise. That's the one we were working on. Doesn't exactly sound like exploration to me, but I'm just realizing we have this big long chain of these ones of national ideas. We're only able to get enforced service because we're playing as Castile, or one of the other nations that also happens to have it. But those are that is to say, not every country has access to these purple ones. There are others. And that's all under clerical literature. Which I'm surprised. We gotta go through the church in order to get the finest horses. But we would like to get open levy standards and enforced service. So let me go ahead and report this idiot. Report chat messages. Scam bot or tampering. Definitely a bot. Naval glory boarding parties, Marine regiments, Army disembark speed plus 20%. Nice. Yes, please. Mediterranean galley. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, but these are all combat related, generally. We're looking for exploration. I mean, I might be able to search for something like that. As a guess, what if I search for disembark as an example to search for? Does it show me what we're looking at? Actually, it might have really quickly there. Back up here. So it didn't. I didn't think it was going to, otherwise I would have took it a little bit slower. Embark. Yeah, it shows, yeah. But it's weird because I tried to guess at parcel matches. It never figured out disembark until we completed the word. But anyway, so here is colonies. Colonial range, merchant and trade. Comes out of banking, right? I knew that. That's why we really want to get banking. Didn't know that. Route to the Indies, there you go. And again, this is not everybody's going to get that. We're Castilians, so we get to get that. Exploration preparation time modifier. What else? I mean, and obviously, like Castilian Navy, most countries don't have a Castilian Navy because most countries are not Castile. Renaissance building materials, Iberian caravel, all right. Yeah, there's a little bit on the way. What if I took a ship and just tried to explore right now? I don't know, but we don't have any. For the sake of exploration, let's start off get a one. Early Iberian caravel. Do we only have one shipyard? No, a bunch up there. Okay. Speaking of that, if I wanted to explore, we might go north. Yeah, I'm actually going to save that building slot for something else. Which one of these are our best? Maybe sort of telling us that here. What? Light ship build cost. Why does it cost more to build in our big city? Oh, shipbuilding capacity. Okay. Okay. So we could build multiple down in Sevilla. Whatever. And would we actually like a party of them? Yeah. We'll do some caravels down here. Army, navies, field ships, caravel. Nope, nope, nope. I meant galleys. Well, it has a capacity of 3, but we ain't allowed to use it. Not enough lumber, yeah. We ain't surprised. And on that note, let's try to improve our lumberage. We'd certainly be able to import some, hopefully from Burgos. Nope. Nope, can't import any. Okay. Just trying to find a convenient ways. I mean, what were we looking at? We're looking at building ships. Galleys. Down here. There's not enough lumber. In the Sevilla market. But so there's 2 ways we can get there. You can go to lumber, you can get to Sevilla market. Worst one, it takes me to the Sevilla market with lumber ready to go. I think we'd most likely go then, not that, but to the goods missing in building. I don't know what the difference is in these icons. Unprofitable building. I see, it's trying to show a red line graph going down a hill, but it just looks like there's a crazy line coming out the front door. I mean, it's crazy. Why would you choose that red arrow for loss of money? How about a red dollar sign? Perhaps prefixed with a minus in front of it. Because we're not using dollars, we're using ducats. Hard. It's hard to know what a ducat is when it's red, I suppose. Time for ads again. Ah. Can't import, so let's build. Number of buildings into Sevilla market. I see nothing. Build building. Where? Click the button to find out. Oh, okay. It's showing me a hammer symbol before we clicked on it. But yeah, there's lots of places to build. How about one where there's forest? We got sizes 8, 7, 7, 8. Something like a 10. Jeez. Couple tens. 3. All right. There was a Carmona, Palma del Rio, Selicar La Mayor. That has horses. I was hoping maybe they got a +2 bonus when they had the resource. Not the way it's going to work out. Carmona, play. Palma del Rio, wine. I don't know which ones are the ones with horses. Oh, not Marcus. There. Horses? I don't want horses. I want lumber. Who took over my brain? Lumber. Yeah, alright. Yeah. So, that's a Aracina. Beza. Segura de la Sierra. And others. Requena. Moya. Las Navas. Anyway, nearest Sevilla is Aracina. Which is not listed. Because they don't have... Wait, they're not very good at spelling. That's sorting by number of workers. Okay, name a location. There you go. We're to have the A and Z over this icon that's not the alphabet. Alright, Aracina. Still non-existent. I mean, what if we tried to? Hover over, it tells us requirements not met. What are the requirements? Again, for games supposed to be telling you everything you need to know. Tells you requirements not met. Does not tell you the requirements. Now it does. Okay. Just hover over requirements. Okay, overreacting. At least one of those does not produce lumber. Does not produce lumber. Oh, it's because it's just saying I could expand it. Maybe I can't build it there, but I could expand the one that's already there, which is a little bit. So sort of seeming like every place. It's already producing lumber. That's not true. They have no buildings. A little bit of weird sound. I want to go scope out what it is. Let's run some ads and I'll be right back. Oh no, ads? What? We just ran ads. I'll be right back. That was a little bit of a funny one. In the kitchen, there's a cork board. It has some stuff posted on it. But when the push pins fell out, so as the heater was on, there was a piece of paper flapping in the wind that I could hear from the other room. It was a little stiffer paper, almost cardboardish, but really not, still. Impressive hearing that. Olives. Right, so if we were looking at production for a place, producing one lumber. Well, yeah, and I can just click expand RGO. But where does it get that one lumber from? Did I already build something? It doesn't have any estate buildings, which it would be laborers or peasants. Anyway, this costs like 33, yeah. Let's hit that. And some other ones. Gotta be building ships down here. Oh, he's already at 2. Alright. Make sure it's in the Sevilla market. Not that that should matter a whole lot, but so we know the ins and outs of the markets. Let's keep it in the same market. And that, yep, that's the northern market. Yep. And we saw that we already had one at 2. Now I forgot which one it was, huh? Oh, yeah, that's this. And the name is Beza. Let's go ahead and make at least 1 3. Also costs 33. And we're brokish. Stop spending money. Alright, so now I'm thinking... I know what the problem was. It's because I disbanded my troops. I thought disbanding meant reform at home. I did not think disbanding meant your service is over. Typhus again, or still? Still. It just has to remind us of that every few months. I mean, well, I don't know why it disappears. I mean, 12 people have died. Maybe it disappears after nobody dies in the month. And when another person dies, it reappears. Okay. Our son came of age. And of course, you get 3 pop-ups on top of each other. And I'm a little concerned about the order. This one. Something about court, regain 5% support. It's whatever. King Pedro de Borgonya will now rule our glorious country. His Majesty's attention to detail and superior administrative skill will aid us in reforming our administration, maximizing our taxes. Our country is in mourning over the loss of King Alfonso XI, the adventurer de Borgonya. De Borgonya. And I was saying, why isn't he giving us a pop-up for our guy that died? But that's because he died 2 years ago. The succession of King Pedro de Borgonya. King Alfonso XI, the adventurer de Borgonya, was well known for his competent rule over Castile. However, the Reaper spares no man, and the Castilian crown fell into the lap of his son, King Pedro de Borgonya. Yeah, that's weird because it's not talking about our queen serving as regent for the past 3 years in between. But although a legitimate ruler by his right of succession, it's quite apparent that his decision-making puts the Real Cambria at unease. You know, I know you put people at ease. I've never heard about putting people at unease. Erratic decisions with obscure or inexplicit explanations. Left the court in awe and confusion as the new king executes his power. What's with the ... Do not misabuse an ellipse like that. Only time you use an ellipse is when it's going to be continued. It's not used as a period at the end of a sentence to trail off. That's not what it means. This would have to be a period. May his actions have wisdom after all. The mood swings of King Pedro de Borgonya. I keep saying that. As if the G and the N's together. Borgonya. Borgonya. Oh. Borgonya. 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 Let us hope he will not be a burden to our nation. Got some stability. Our legitimacy is way down. Our legitimacy is falling. Eek. We gained 12 stability. Nice. Record high stability of 59. Oh, what's up? Unmarried king. Oh, yeah. What? Nobody wants to marry me. That seems silly. Anyway, let's get some heirs. Who's currently the heir? Actually, let's look at her mother. Who's her second child? Third child. All right, this male. My younger brother, who is 6 years old, is the current heir. What's his education? Why can't we change it? What about our father's other kids? Okay, we no longer have control over anybody? Why won't Navarre accept? We don't have a diplomat to propose it, but alright, we'll hold out for a few months. Why did I pin Sylvester? I really got carried away building stuff again. I forgot I wanted to save 1,000, 1,200 for embracing institutes. Institutions. Yeah, again with the plague. It's not the plague. Typhoid. The Burguesia of Salamanca. The Cortes members of Salamanca hold an influential position within the Cortes. As they represent one of our economic centers, the wealth holds much sway in the courts, and unfortunately they use it to lobby against our current efforts. This is not good. I'll just say courts because it's like courts. And our law is going to pass still. And Morocco's casus belli is half done. Go ahead and check our taxes. We're now funding farming estates. We finished another research. There's construction speed. And we're still working on other ones. We are. Got 3 more to go that are queued up. Ooh. When did they get unhappy? They got unhappy? The tribes got unhappy? Only making $10 a month now. Popped right up to 12 though. I had always, back in the day we were doing 6. We'll continue to do so as we try to get the legitimacy up as fast as possible. Legitimacy. Yeah, this theme in particular sounds way too much like it's not exactly, just way too much like Batman Begins theme. Not at all appropriate, including part of the breakdown. A little trade capacity. Where's my current trades? Increase gold if we can. Step out more wool. Possible defense was enacted by the Defensive League. Oh, we do got one diplomat now? Seemed quite right. No, we had over one. Anyway, I pinned Aragon. No, it's Navarra. Proposed royal marriage. Me. Distant cousins. But neither of them are the heir. I guess I could have looked at that before. Ruler in Avro is the heir to Navarra. Curious, where's this Navro at? It's Evro. There it is. Let it be known that a county is bigger than one location. But so when he inherits, is that going to read? It will. Well, no, it won't. It's a subject to France right now. So the question's still a question. Like, you know, when we zoom in, if it was Anjou or Brittany, Normandy, it would just turn Aragonese. Being within France. Maybe it's not. No, it's not. It's still separate. Hmm. He's a subject of France. Okay. And just eradicate everything I was talking about. So is Normandy. Yes. So is Armagnac. One of the hardest ones to tell because it's almost white instead of blue. Instead of bluish. Yes. But we want to see all the subjects of France. There should be a way. Well, no. All right, that's what it is. It's when I zoom out to this level. If the names disappear, you know they're not independent. This forward mouse is doing the stupid thing again. Maybe that's only when I have a X mouse button control running. Except I don't think so. I'm sure it would have been running last time I played. There's nothing about mouse scrolling here. Let me check our Windows settings. Not how we want it, but we'll do that. Yeah, the thing it's doing is when I'm scrolling, sometimes it skips. My Windows setting didn't affect it. So let me undo that actually. But that was influenced by I'm actually certain it's based upon the frame rate. Frame rate dictates its polling speed of the mouse. Ridiculous. It's not the mouse though. Mouse is done right, but it's the scroll wheel. So having fallen to 30 frames per second, it's missing half of my scroll wheel inputs. But at the same time, that doesn't necessarily hold complete water because it's influenced by the input setting. Zoom speed. I'll put this at 100%. It won't ever miss it. The problem is the clicks are just too big. Anyway. We are getting married. Right, it is going to be hard to find a nation with a female heir, particularly to be unmarried. Still, let's try to go about it in a different way. Although, I want to look at Aragon. He's not married. You can only arrange royal marriages for those who live in our country. He is already married, is X'd out. I don't understand. I lost that. Propose. There it is. Aragon does not have any females that are eligible. Right, but I was thinking about offering a female. We have no females to offer. Since I don't control anybody other than me because I have no children. And I don't know if relative or not, but our brothers and sisters are all underage also. That's not true. We have some older half siblings. All of our full siblings are younger than us, though. Anyway, go back to us. Oh, now a bunch of stuff comes up. We had nothing a couple months ago. We can get married to England. Also, everybody I look at is a distant cousin. Distance good, but... Like, even this one in Sicily, our ruler's third cousin. Wait, she's a ruler? You're a courtier. Alright. One ruler. Courtier. Looking for a ruler or heir. Courtier. Ulster. And amazingly, they're not a distant cousin. Yeah, let's go. Marry a countess. She's 18. Presuming she has no children, but how I could prove it without opening the character panel because I don't want it to change the screen. Although we could hit the back button. Alright, mother, father, children, 0. Okay, back. This will give us 3 prestige while they gain 8. Okay. This will hopefully benefit both our nations immensely. We gain 4 prestige. Now, remember a lot in Crusader Kings. It can be a real hassle if you and your wife live in different countries. Because primarily, you will not have many children because you never see each other each other to make children. I don't know where my wife is. Oh, she didn't. Well, yeah, she didn't accept yet. What's going on? What are you waiting on? I can't unpause the game. This has happened before. Did I? No. Might accidentally. I didn't. Yeah, the spacebar stopped. Well, now it does. Well, we fixed it. Oh, yeah, I was looking for a wife. Did that happen? I don't think so. Oh, here's a broken ulcer. We got 3. I mean, it must have happened. Could take a month. Been over a month. Travel distance could be 3 months, maybe, I guess. But, yeah, I don't feel it. And I didn't notice that our debate in Parliament must have passed. Lack of a commander. Oh, yeah, we've built some ships. Right on. Yeah, sure, somebody can be in charge of a navy. Who are you? Uh, it's just vaguely confusing. Probably a way to tell. But some people can be appointed to council, and some can't. But that 100 administrative cannot. Who's this guy? An embezzler. Tax efficiency is worse. That's a bad trait. Hmm. Oh, here, I got a wife. Can you do a friendly action with the wife? Offer an alliance. Only we had a diplomat. Propose ruler. Propose a new ruler to Ulster. I mean, me. Why not? Just saying. Request market access. Market. Nuremberg. You know, it's really hard for a racer not to say Nürburgring. That's not the icon I wanted. Nuremberg. Request market access preference. Okay, we want to do that if we ever get another diplomat, which we will, 4 months. At the same time, what was his little guy's name? Mull? I think it was Mulhouse. We could also ask there. Oh, I didn't post I was live in Discord. I guess maybe I shall not. Maybe I should. Whatever. Yep. I was a little surprised Corby didn't hop in. He certainly would have before she had headed to bed a long time ago. Oh yeah, we were wondering about Navy dudes. But is there something you can just look at on a person that says can be appointed to cabinet? I don't understand. I think all of our cabinet candidates can be appointed to the military, but not vice versa. As an example, let us check. Sometimes learning is difficult. Well, even but there are no armies. When asked why can't I command an army, but I can become an admiral? It's because we don't have any armies. Oh. Alfonso de Guzman. Baltasar. Alvarado. No. Alvarado. Marty Vermont. Formant. Felipe Baston. Melkor. Albor Nose. Another Baltazar. Alvarado. Now this says Corcher, but this next one's different. Cabinet member. Oh. Yes, we already have him written down. Now, yeah, Philippe's in here. Felipe, am I supposed to say? Then people grade out, right? Why is he grayed out? Working in the cabinet, okay. Otherwise, we assume he could be. Baltazar's working in the cabinet. Oh, lowborn? I'm surprised we see these guys in the list. Not necessarily this one, but we'll find somebody. Yeah, he's a lowborn and cannot lead a unit, so I mean, why even have him? That's more like I'd like to see in the cabinet. Why can't we have so many candidates here for admirals, but less than half of that for cabinet members, or about half? So lowborn can't be an admiral, but can be on my cabinet. Where's Mella? Oh, Melkor. Oh, here he is. Lowborn. Okay. Well, that's part of it. But it's just like I wish I could just look at him and say, can be an admiral or a cabinet member. Because cabinet members die, and then we have to repop. Anyway, if I want someone to be a cabinet member, I might like to save them. Battlefield medic. Let's keep him for the battlefield, perhaps. What's this? Glory Seeker. See from land battles also. Yeah. This one looks like a Accomplished sailor, there you go. Your stats aren't actually that good, but we're not particularly forming a military navy right now. Hit group. What are you doing to me? Can you not group in port? Something. Thank you. And we lost the admiral then? I don't get. Naval damage done. Blockade efficiency. Yeah, it's very high stats. Wonder about we're actually going to be exploring is the idea. Do any of these actually say anything pertinent to that? Correct section chance. Battle. Battle, 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 battle. Battle. Trade. Maritime presence might be battle related also. Battle. Always Navy movement speed, but yeah, pretty much Navy movement speed is our most important thing. This guy, I don't care about your administrative ability. One with the 97. What are you doing? Ambrosia. He's already leading a Navy. What? What Navy is he leading? Oh, what? No. This is Captain Gill. Game is totally confused. Can we split these up? Then... First Navy, no leader. Second Navy, no leader. Third Navy, no leader. Oh. Our Admiral. Open character panel does nothing. Open character menu does nothing. Again, already leading a Navy. Dude. I'm seeing he's grayed out. But he's not leading a Navy. I have 4 ships. This one is Gill. He's our only admiral at the moment. Anyway, I guess that's our lesson to only click the people in the top half. And he's a battlefield medic, but whatever. Now, the thing is, why are they grayed on their picture? This looks horrible. Unused trade capacity. Can't get any more gold. So go ahead and ship out some more wool. Ocean. Coastal ocean. Coastal ocean. Narrows. Inland sea. Inland sea. Looking for the deepest part. Inland sea. Inland sea. Okay. Inland sea. Inland sea. Okay. Accidentally right clicked. Hope it didn't move. Okay. Let's try to explore. Alright. Don't die, Gil. But your stats sort of suck too. I mean, if we want speed focus first. Cannot move to a location that has not been discovered. Well, that really puts a damper on our exploration test. Okay. He suffers big attrition in the ocean. Only 2%? 10% chance of taking 2%. What? 10% chance of taking 2 position. Alright, well at least you don't die instantly, that much is clear. Back in the dock. And let's try with some of these guys. Where would we go? This is tougher because you're already in ocean. Whereas at least here we can follow the coast and see what it says. That didn't seem to work. Where'd my boats go? Oh, they're stacked? I don't know about it. They moved fast. Okay. Too many cowards. Fools are missing out on glory. Yeah, they're not very happy. They're getting attrition now. Maybe. I had to zoom in to see the skull. So this tooltip doesn't mention attrition. It's the same thing, but this one I can hover over attrition. What exactly is attrition? Is that a number of sailors? Is that a morale? Both? Attrition split at the start of each month for which regiments means that people die while for ships. So it's calling land units regiments and it's calling naval units ships. While for ships it also damages the actual ship. So people and the ship. Some attrition is unavoidable, and the main sources include the following: an army without food, total unit weight and location above supply limit, right? Winter topography, vegetation, or climate. It is almost winter. Good time to explore the Arctic Sea. But what's up with the ship damage, or what? What's this mean? Tonnage? Wait, what? This is what I'm talking about. Why? If that's accurate, we need an alert. Because this is saying 94% damage. It should be indicated over here. Oh, yeah, yeah. '93, '94, '88. Huh. Okay. This decreased. So it says damaged. This one says current strength. Right. That makes more sense. We have one that's 12% damaged. Anyway, we'll be able to make it back home. Which one has the better dock, if anything? What's this? Brethren of the Marsh. Well, it requires tar, naval supplies, and tools, and lumber. But what it gives, I don't know. Oh, in this particular song, can barely hear. Just reminds me of a theme from Mr. Bean. The port belongs to the Brethren of the March, a maritime organization that carries international... Okay. They're merchant marines. Okay. He also has Brethren of the March. Mobility fortifications. Oh, this is much more built up place. We'll go ahead and port in here. Wherever we are. Need to be able to see units from everywhere on the map. Inclement weather. Okay, so how long does it take to fix? Each month, 10% will be repaired. Sounds good. But can 3 ships be repaired at the same time? It is October 13th. Yeah, 10% for everybody. Good. And that happened right on the 1st. Okay. We now have a religious war. Castile on Morocco. Alright. Let's go. The dog's war. Something. Is not that we were doing that. We still got a truce with them. Three more years. Two more actually. 25 more months. We're repairing, we're happy, and that's fine. It doesn't matter. I didn't figure anything about exploring. Oh, Takasa's belly was a mission? I was trying to remember. Why is this so font funny? Here we go. Obtain a Takasa's belly. Is that not complete? Already bypassed. Obtain a casus belli. Complete it. We did. But the wrong type? What? Well, that's something useful. It's supposed to be like tutorial things here. These missions. This task will take 0 days to complete. Man, let's run a day. We ran a day. This takes 0 days to complete. The best way to obtain a constability is requesting one from our parliament. You can also call a parliamentary session from government panel parliament. Creating a spy network in foreign countries will allow us to fabricate a constability if we have cores on land or if they are rivals. However, they're a different religion. We took a religious casus belli, not one of those that they mentioned. Therefore, are they giving us a hard time because we got the wrong type of casus belli? Why is there a little down arrow here? We have a casus belli that allows the conquest of locations against the country neighbor. Or is it because we still have a truce for 2 years? We'll never know, but yeah. We went ahead and did the religious war casus belli because we didn't want to wait for the truce to finish. But guess we don't have a choice. Make sure looking at our diplomacy that we have a casus belli. Looking at the symbols, trying to guess them first. Alright, this is it. The dagger in a crypt, except you can just barely make it out. I mean, come on. Yeah, you don't think maybe a CB would be a good enough of an icon? Of course, that only pertains to our language, but, you know. But we have this for another 5 years. And we're not doing any exploring, so let's go ahead and put the ships down here all together. Why you give me a hard time? They're selected, they're right here. Where'd they go? I lost them again. I mean, this is fog of war. Again, it says they're here. Jeez. There they are. Anyway, it's working. Just didn't show the arrow. Very, very buggy. Now, you, sir. Give me a tooltip. Show me some stats. Come on. I can't see his stats. I want to group all these into the first navy. All right, now this one, when it merges, it doesn't tell you which unit it's going to be. This one tells you which units it's going to be. There's some implication if this is merging to the strongest unit, this might not. I mean, it should tell you what units it's merging it to. Even, you know, even if it doesn't matter, why wouldn't it say? Okay. Now, I believe we wanted to switch with this guy. Oh, he's the first on the list. How about that? 91. And he's probably supposed to be a land battler, but... And that guy's not available. Keep him anyway. I would be coming up with a land battler, actually. Put Gil in charge. Alright. Save the other guy for the army we're about to make. But simply we don't have much money, but still. Okay, Crusader Knights are not horsemen. I think that probably confused me. Don't know why I suddenly seem to have adopted a notion that knights are always on horseback. If they called them Crusaders instead, yeah, I would think of them as infantry, honestly, but knights makes me think about jousting. They don't got horses. Now, also last time we invaded Morocco, it was a little weird, but we actually didn't have much of a problem at all with attrition. And by saying it's a little bit weird, maybe we think we didn't have much of a problem with attrition. We didn't seem to have much of a problem with attrition. But could have been wrong. But so I'm not going to buy the army. You got those followers to boost supplies. I was really thinking about doing, but we probably won't. Yeah, where are we making them at? Why is that red? These are green. Why can I build them someplace other than my capital? I think that's my capital. Well, like this. It lacks infrastructure. Sergeantry or armory. Do these... Does that have a sergeantry or armory? No. Oh, it's got an order stronghold. Order stronghold. Order commandery. Order stronghold. Order stronghold. Okay. What's this place with the order commandery? An order commandery is a building owned by the military orders outside of their own territory that serves two purposes: getting revenues from the exploitation of the surrounding lands and drafting new members for the order. Anyway, that's why we can build there. When we might not have enough resources, whatever, just build it someplace then. And we had only 350 manpower at the moment. I don't know how many will be total. Oh. Can I cancel that? Can. Yeah. Additional. Archers is 100. Save up the rest for armored. Oh, we got enough. I'm not sure I did the archers correctly. Whatever. Because, yeah, except, right. If this one's an additional, then probably the archers were too. Should be good. We completed a lot of buildings, and it's been a while. I think we're going to wrap it up. Heading on 7 hours. Do you have anybody watching on Twitch? It only thanks one viewer, which I do appreciate, but I'm just saying we're not going to raid out then. Definitely like to have a 2 minimum. And sometimes it even lies about having the 1. A lot of times, I don't know how it gets wrong, but it counts them about as 1 or something. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching. Good to see some new people on YouTube, and have a good night.